This public hearing of the House Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation and Science for its inquiry into the current state of the Australian tyre industry and any challenges and opportunities for the industry within the context of a circular economy. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Gadigal people, and the land on which we meet today, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I remind all witnesses that giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such may be treated by the Parliament as contempt. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 6 August 2025, this hearing will be recorded and broadcast on the Parliament's website, and proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I also remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. So I now welcome representatives from the Australian Tyre Industry Council via teleconference to give evidence at this public hearing today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear, please?
Good morning, Chair. Of course, my full name is Silvio De Denaro, and I appear in my capacity as Chairman of the Australian Tyre Industry Council.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. So I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. With pleasure, and your comments are noted. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the work of the Standing Committee on what is an important topic, and also for the opportunity to be able to give evidence today, and for you allowing me to do this remotely due to some previous travel commitments. If I may, I'll be brief, but I would like to mention a few concepts that are relevant to our conversation. High recovery rates of end-of-life tyres or any other product for that matter do not equate to circularity or modern circular economy principles. The concept of a free market is actually not free at all and leads to established practices becoming entrenched, often highly profitable, and generally failing to address true resource recovery. Consumers and society at large have to foot the bill for what is becoming a semi-permanent market failure. As a matter of interest, only last week, I had to replace the tires of an old car I have. It is not a four-wheel drive, and paid $11 per tire as a, quote, waste tire management fee, unquote. Almost certainly, this money essentially subsidized the shredding of the old tires and their shipment overseas for energy recovery. And similar examples take place thousands of times a day in Australia. But not all is lost. We have emerging technologies that potentially offer the key to higher resource recovery. And I refer to things like modern continuous cycle and multi-reactor pyrolysis, which is finally showing signs of success, especially in Europe. This produces recycled carbon black, as well as drop-in marine diesel and high-quality, high-carbon content steel. Water jet tire decomposition produces a partially devulcanized granule that is reintroduced in master batches for new tire manufacturing. And the same can be said for a number of emerging devulcanization processes, be they chemical or mechanical. Bear with me only another couple of minutes. Some of the critical factors of success going forward will include more incisive government intervention in tire procurement practices, as well as the use of tire-derived materials in applications such as roads and other public infrastructure projects such as railways, roads, etc. Regulation surrounding end-of-life tire management and actual resource recovery. Addressing the issue of free riders, that's importers of tires who benefit from introducing their products into Australia, but refuse to contribute to addressing the challenge that they present when they reach the end of their useful life. And this, by the way, includes vehicle importers that alone contribute at least 5 million units to this problem. More incisive government regulations is not only important, but also increasingly urgent. Before today is over and we all go home, another 1,500 tons of tyres will be produced in Australia as end of life. The vast majority of this volume will not be destined to sustainable and circular solutions, but at the very best, mere energy recovery on the international market. And finally, to conclude, on the matter of urgency, the current voluntary contribution of major tyre importers to fund the work of Tyre Stewardship Australia cannot and will not last forever. A clear risk exists that they might renounce their involvement in an environment that is lacking clear ambition, vision, and regulation on the part of the government. And on that, I thank you.
Very much. You got a question, or you want me to start?
Look, I can start. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. And the sound quality is not terrific, but I think I picked up most of what you had to say. If I could go straight to the recommendations of your report. You have 5 recommendations, and I might get you to talk through those. The first one, you recommend regulation and government oversight of end-of-life tyre issues. Now, you've just touched on that very briefly at the end of your submission or opening statement there. What does the regulation and government oversight of end-of-life tyre issues look for the industry? What if you had if you were the leader for the day and had the ability to implement those the government oversight and regulations, what does that look like?
It's an excellent question, for which I thank you, Chair, and it's a complex one. The first thing that comes to mind is the design of pathways that provide incentives other than simple energy recovery. Energy recovery, especially in cementiums, which currently takes place almost exclusively overseas, is a relatively linear and simple solution. Its very existence, however, inhibits research and development in higher technologies. So the first thing could be incentives to research and development in higher value technologies for tyres. The second most obvious one would be to ensure that all tyres imported in Australia somehow contribute towards the objective of the scheme. And by somehow contribute, I mean financially contribute towards the objective of the scheme. Naturally, research and development does not come free, and the search for new pathways is not deprived of its costs and ambition. So I hope I partially responded to your question, Jay.
Thank you. Actually, Deputy Chair, the Chair has allowed me to kick off this morning. So that does briefly answer that and actually answers your second recommendation of investing in emerging technologies. Your third recommendation, facilitating entry of new actors. What do you mean by new actors, and where would they come from? Are you talking about domestic or international, or domestic and or internationally? And how would we facilitate the entry of those into the industry?
Thank you. This point goes hand in hand with the previous one, i.e. the investment in emerging technologies. By new actors, I mean new actors in the space of true tyre recycling and through resource recovery. If we accept the premise that energy recovery alone is not sufficient, there are a number of emerging technologies which I spoke about earlier and that I mentioned in my brief submission. They might need help, encouragement, perhaps financial assistance in order to enter this market. And of course, regulation, including environmental regulation, is one of the items that they need assistance with.
Okay. Your fourth recommendation, directing practices away from cement kilns as principal solution for tyre-derived products. Now, somebody who's not particularly familiar with the industry, what is the issue with, or the problem with cement kilns, and what recommendation would you use, or what process would you recommend using for the future?
Cement kilns provide an easy, relatively linear solution, but preclude circularity. Once a tire is combusted, there is no resource recovery at all other than its energy content. It's the lowest common denominator in the value chain. Their existence provides a very useful output for today's end-of-life tires, but at the same time inhibits investment in higher value outcomes. And we need to design our systems so as to be able to do without cement kilns as the only output in the future. But I believe they would play a part, and an important part, for a long time to come. But please, let's also be aware that there is always a risk that for environmental or technological issues, cement kilns might in the future cease taking end-of-life tires altogether, and then we're left with a very, very large problem. We cannot depend only on that as a destination for end-of-life tires.
Right, I understand. So cement kilns are predominantly used for energy production only, as opposed to the circularity of the tyre cycle.
Correct. Although, to be fair and rigorous, some European sources claim that there is an element of circularity because some of the material contained in the tires, namely the steel, is incorporated in the clinker that then forms the new cement. But that is, I find it quite an ambitious proposition that they have. I really call that circularity close to zero, personally.
You just mentioned processes in Europe. Are there practices being undertaken now in Europe that we haven't adopted or don't use that we should be using?
Yes, absolutely. And namely, modern pyrolysis. And by modern, I mean continuous process, multi-reactor, highly environmentally sensitive, and water jet technologies are the first one that comes to mind. Also, devulcanization of tire-derived components to reintroduce new tires. None of these are currently being utilized in Australia. Now, there are objectively good reasons why not. Objective good reason number one is that the mining industry, a very rich source of high-quality end-of-life tires, has been allowed historically to simply store or bury end-of-life tires on their sites, the lowest possible cost solution to their disposal, albeit entirely failing to capture their residual value.
So,
and reason number two, the fact that there are relatively few processes remaining in Australia that actually mix and utilize rubber, with a notable exception, and I should note this for the committee's interest, of conveyor belts, which are still produced in substantial volumes, again, to serve the mining industry.
Just back to the European countries, which countries do end-of-life tyre recycling the best in your view?
Without wanting to comment on the quality of the output, some of the technologies that I've personally seen of great interest, I've seen them in the Netherlands and in Italy. And I refer both to pyrolysis and water jet decomposition, as well as devulcanization. By coincidence, those two appear to be the most advanced. But I'm sure there are others. I wouldn't like to exclude others.
And finally, in terms of the mining industry, do you have views or ideas on how we can incentivise the mining industry to start working with the tyre recycling sector to maximise the end-of-life tyre recycling?
Of course, as long as we agree that end-of-life tyre recycling does not mean shredding a mining tyre and then sending it overseas for combustion. Current recyclers could, for example, consider an investment in pyrolysis in order to have full circularity, as well as energy recovery, as well as the recovery of the carbon black and the steel that the tyres contain. Government could potentially intervene to incentivize such investments, either with existing or new entrants into the business.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if the taxpayer should be paying for mining companies to get on board, but I'll hand back over to the Chair. Thank you.
In your submission on page 4, you talk about that tyres are imported in Australia through a range of channels, including manufacturers, wholesalers, exclusive, semi-exclusive importers, and grey market for tyres. Can you sort of elaborate on the different channels, how they operate, and the issues that grey markets present to the Australian tyre industry?
Of course. Grey market, often referred to as parallel market as well, exists for a range of commodities. These commodities often have some common attributes. They're easy to transport, have relatively long life cycles, so they do not change every 5 minutes like the latest iPhone, and are known in most markets. So what happens in the case of tyres, there is an active international market whereby, if we were that way inclined, you and I could buy a 40-foot containers of a certain size somewhere, either in Europe or perhaps in Singapore or in the Middle East, import it into Australia and sell it onto the local market. Of course, assuming all the risks that come with such a business venture. But there are operators who do it and do it successfully and have been doing it for many, many years. Of course, this does cause all kinds of problems because not all tyres are suitable for all markets, as you can easily imagine. And by and large, if there are problems, it's the consumer that ends up paying with that.
The issue of bringing in tyres directly from overseas in a parallel import, which generally have a shorter lifespan than new tyres brought in through manufacturing. What sort of issues does that create for people who are, as the consumer, to go and buy the tyre? And is the changing products and degraded product actually less valuable as a recyclable material?
In fairness, not necessarily. It could be that the tyres imported actually are suitable, are not particularly old, have been stored and handled adequately. And let's face it, Chair, the practice in itself is not illegal. Parallel market exists for many, many commodities, and there is little that institutions can do to prevent that from happening. However, it is most probable that there are egregious cases of misapplication of tyres. Anecdotally, I think somewhere in Queensland lately, someone bought a number of winter tyres for use on their vehicle at temperatures of 40 plus degrees, while those compounds are really only to be used sub-zero. So going outside or established channels always presents risks for the consumer.
Other thing that's of interest
in terms of quality, of the products imported, I put an image in my submission which had a use-by date for a tyre, whereby it showed that a certain tyre was produced in the future. I think it was week 22 or 2026, and the submission actually dated 2025. We should not. This was just to suggest that we should not believe everything we see on the sidewall of a tyre, and of course the manufacturing and the source of it remains critical to provide at least a basic guarantee of quality.
Yep. Just moving on to like standards and labelling type things. So you've raised concerns about weak regulations of imported replacement tyres and misleading labelling, which we've just touched on. While we have ADRs for tyres fitted to new vehicles, there's no standard applied or enforced on replacement products. Should we be down the path where replacement tyres have to be to the same ADR compliance as what new tyres are on new vehicles? And would this have an impact on the industry? And I note the EU has just put an anti-dumping thing on one particular country for tyres coming in there to protect the 80,000 people that are employed in that industry. Do you think these standards would make a difference? And I guess what reforms do you think would most improve consumer safety and product quality, but without putting too much of a compliance cost on it?
Of course. The simple answer is yes, of course they would make a difference. Governments have shown a reluctance to take this path because they do not want to see this regulation as being considered an additional impost on consumers. When years ago this council attempted to go down the path of tyre labelling, as Europe has done quite successfully for the last 10 years or so, government's position was, yes, of course, it is an excellent idea, but you need to establish a voluntary scheme for tyre labelling, which would have left participants highly exposed to counterfeit, false reports, and similar practices. Therefore, at that time, the industry decided not to pursue that path. I think I can state that the industry will be more than open to reconsider the position should government be open to a mandatory tyre labelling scheme similar to what is taking place in Europe.
When you went through this, who were you discussing this with? What sort of process?
The The lead jurisdiction at the time was Queensland, and so there would have been the Department of Transport Queensland, if I recall correctly. I can chase those details if you're interested.
Yeah, it'd be worth looking at, absolutely. You talked about pyrolysis. Now, what's the commercial issue with making it viable in Australia? You know, because I think if we asked 8 different people, we'd get 10 different opinions on whether it works or not. And what do you think is what's stopping that ability to happen here?
The answer is somewhat sensitive because the first inhibitor is the current established practices. What we're currently doing with live tyres in Australia essentially works, meaning it takes them away from public view and exports them overseas. We've grown used to this, and this discourages higher value investment. Ideally, there is absolutely no reason why a pyrolysis plant placed somewhere near the source of mining tyres, probably in the northwestern corner of the country, with the contribution of the mining industry, with the contribution of the tyre industry potentially, and any other interested party, would make perfect sense. Its products are valuable and can be used both locally as well as exported, and I refer to drop-in marine diesel as well as recycled carbon black. There is no reason why it couldn't work. I know that the mining industry considers this a challenge, but in the scale of their environmental challenges, it is probably relatively low-hanging fruit and something that they're, in my opinion, able and willing to deal with, especially the larger actors.
Terrific. Just in your submission, it talks about 1 million new vehicles imported to Australia every year and approximately 5 million tyres enter the market fitted to new vehicles. Was the second figure approximately 5 million? Is that a per year figure? That 5 million?
Yes, that's it. Yes, look, 1 million vehicles essentially, they don't all carry 5 tyres, but it's a reasonable assumption that that's a yearly volume.
And just my last question about the voluntary stewardship model, you say has reached its limits and that only a mandatory regulated scheme can improve circularity. Do you have evidence that demonstrates that regulation would materially improve outcomes beyond the current system?
The first thing that comes to mind, and I don't claim to have all the answers, but the first thing that comes to mind is if regulation was to capture all free riders, already the money available for investing into research on this front will almost double overnight. That's the first thing that comes to mind. And it would only be fair, by the way, that those who contribute to the problem should be called upon to also contribute to the solution. I'm not sure if I'll answer your question, but...
No, that's fine. Nothing else? No. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your attendance. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by 31 July 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript for your evidence and have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. So thank you very much. It was very much appreciated and very worthwhile.
Thanks, Mr. Denara.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
So we will suspend now for 45 minutes.
45.
15. 15 minutes, yeah. Open the meeting. I now welcome representatives from NBR Tyres Proprietary Limited to give evidence in this public hearing today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My full name, I'm Chin Han Tan. Chin Han is my name, Tan is my surname, and I represent as director of NBR Tyres.
Fantastic. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. So I now invite you to make an opening statement, if you'd like.
Okay. So basically, I've been in the tyre retreading, compounding retreading industry for more than 35 years now. And I've written a letter to the department, to the Standing Committee on the 11th of January, trying to outline the issues and the problems that we face in the industry that we're in. Now, I've tried to argue many times that tires, especially commercial tires, for trucks, for logistics, carriage of fuel, especially that segment, is actually a very strategic industry. I've always tried to argue that this area has to be given a lot of consideration. And I gave an example, in January, that most of all our tires in Australia are imported. We do not manufacture any new tires anymore. And a lot of that imports come from a particular region that in the event there's any, that region actually is susceptible to conflict or disputes, border disputes, namely the South China Sea and the Taiwan Straits. So if anything happened in that event, there could be no tires coming into Australia for that period of the blockade or war or conflict or whatever may be. So in that scenario, it's very important that we keep the trucks going, we keep fuel, food moving for that period of time. So tires actually should, in that segment of tires, should be considered, it's such a consumable. It's not a car. It should be considered like more akin to fuel, if you know what I mean. Because, like I said, I presented yesterday to the committee that in that event, if we do not have any imports of tires, all our trucking fleet will stop, and there's nothing else to help us. At least with a retreading repair industry, a vibrant repair industry, we can actually prolong the supply of tires to this critical sector. Okay, so I hope that the committee will consider this argument and try to give assistance to this sector.
Sure.
Yep.
Just from the outset too, to thank you for yesterday. It was a very comprehensive tour, and we think we've got quite a substantial amount of information out of it. So I'm very thankful for that and for the presentation that you gave us yesterday. If I can, you talk about the primary threat to the retreading industry is low influx of low-cost imported tyres. Yep. Can you elaborate how this shows the cause rather than changes in what fleet operators are buying or improvements in tyre technology, and what is the barrier for the use of more retreaded tyres?
Retread industry has been around for 100 years. It's always been, prior to the influx of cheap new tyres, retreading industry has been a very vibrant industry. It always has been. I remember starting out in 1991, 92, there was many retread factories in each city. Brisbane had 4 or 5 major retread factories. Sydney had, several. All regions had a lot of retread factories. I think the biggest problem that we face is the price issue coming from imports, from the cheaper imports. This is the biggest competition to our business. I just give an example. I think I gave an example yesterday. I just, for the record, just give an example. We have no problems with the first-tier tires, the truck tires, first-tier truck tires. They sell, for $500-600, $600-700. Our retreads for that same size would sell for $200. A cheap imported tire from China, for example, would cost $200. So a lot of fleet operators, a lot of tire fitters, they're going for the cheap new tires rather than the retreads, and that has caused many factories to close down. And like I said, last year alone, we saw the closure of several factories. One in Melbourne, Tyre, one in WA, right, and the two Goodyear plants. Albeit one of the plants was bought over by another company, but yeah. So this is the industry that we face. At the core of it is the pricing. The cheap imports are coming in at a price that is really incredible. Yep.
So with retreading, obviously the commercial sectors where it's I guess the strongest. So what would be required to make retreading more economically attractive for other parts of the market? And we talked yesterday about sovereign security, about your Malaysian factory does the treads for the retreads. About the possibility of bringing that to Australia, because if we talk about sovereign security, we need the whole thing there, not just the casings.
The retread industry at the moment, like I say, the most important. I've also took the liberty to submit yesterday a 5-point plan of how we believe we should revive how best to revive and invigorate the retread industry in Australia. So you have the copy already. Regarding your second question, okay. Yeah,
I think it's in there.
If you'd like me to elaborate on that, I can. But regarding your second question, okay, now, when you make tread liners and cushion gum, all the raw materials that go into retreading, okay, basically you need a rubber industry, a vibrant rubber industry in Australia. So basically Australia it used to have a carbon black plant, it used to have a synthetic rubber plant, but that's all been closed. So as I understand it today, Australia does not have any carbon black manufacturing, does not have any synthetic rubber manufacturing, and of course it has no natural rubber plantations either. So you can make treads and cushion gum in Australia if you wish, but you still have to import the natural rubber, the carbon, and the chemicals, the zinc oxides, stearic acids, and all the raw materials in. So it's either you import that in and manufacture your treads here, or you import the treads in and do the retreading here. So it's, basically. Hope that answered the question. Yeah.
Fantastic. You recommended allowing exports of bale tyres to accredited overseas facilities. How would we be able to ensure that there is adequate transparency, environmental concerns met once those tyres leave Australia?
Okay. So part of my when I submitted the letter to the standing committee, so I was commenting on 2 points. One was the retreading industry, the other was the recycling industry. So basically, like I said, there's no way, with EV cars coming in and EV trucks coming in a big way, so the consumption and usage of tires will balloon. That's
That's due to the heavier nature of the vehicles.
Yeah, the heavier nature, the instant torque of the EVs.
Yeah.
It'll wear tire faster, and that's been proven in the bus industry as well that we operate in. So the tire, so there'll be an increase in scrap tires, no question, and with the population as well. So basically, my argument with Australia's law at the moment, right? They allow chip tires, right, of under 150 mm, but they do not allow bale tires. So both are going to the same destination essentially. So, chip tires are going to, Pyrus' plant, to be burned as energy plants, cement kilns, and bale tires also is the same thing. They're going to the same destination essentially. So, my argument is, I'm trying to look at Australia and say, why are we wasting energy and costs and resources to cut a tire down to pieces under 150 and shipping them to that destination? Why don't we just make it cheaper? Just bale it. It's the cheapest process. Bale it and ship it to the same destination. So eventually, more importantly, is Australia needs to ensure that the destination recipient of these products comply with all the environmental regulations and all that stuff. And I always argue many times that when we look at environment, when we talk about environment, we should not have boundaries. When we talk about environment, I think that like give an example. Like Indonesia, for example, had a couple of years back forest fire. Right? Singapore is very environmentally clean, but the whole country is all smogged for, I think, weeks. If you look, the pollution knows no boundaries. So I think we should look at that in that aspect and try to use our technology, our resources to help ourselves do recycling or help other countries do recycling. Because there's no point we have a clean Australia and our neighbours are all not having the technology and the know-how to properly process the materials in an environment friendly way. So basically, more importantly, is the destination countries or companies that buy the resources that we cannot process here, cannot hope to process here, and do an audit, do a transparent audit, what they do, what are they following, if not, these are what they do. It's basically like what we do. Like we export good retreadable casings. And TSA has made us go through so many loops and audits and all that stuff by the international body Intertech. They've come to our factory a couple of times, audit this, audit that, make sure there's no slavery, there's no environmental pollution, there's no, everything is clean. Even the toilet, even our toilet was audited to make sure that we have enough toilets, to cater for the staff that we had. So I think it makes more sense if we don't waste the resources to cut and funds to buy machines, shredders, to cut it down to 150 millimeters, whereas we can simply bale it and just export it. More importantly is audit that recipient and make sure that the recipient has a record of how many they've taken, what they've done with it, and what are their emissions and all that stuff. I think that's more important, in my opinion. I mean, that's more for the recyclers to talk about, I guess. But this is my observation. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Chan, thank you for your evidence so far, and thanks for the tour yesterday. It was very interesting. So you actually consider Australia's sovereignty and tyre recycling as a national security issue in the event that, we do have conflict with China. And we're talking about China because that's where all the tyres are coming from, correct?
Not necessarily Australia have conflict with China, but China may have conflict in the South China Sea with Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. It could be a flare-up, and suddenly there's a blockade, and suddenly all the tyres, all the imports coming will have to stop for, a
period of time.
Exactly.
Depending on the length of the conflict.
Exactly.
Do you know how do I frame this? The current tyre stock in Australia, let's say a conflict started today, how long would that last us?
I really would not know.
Right.
That's not my area.
Yeah, okay.
But what I do know is if we have a vibrant retreading industry, And repair industry, retreading repairs are more or less hand-in-hand type thing. If we have a vibrant industry, I think that could keep us going for many more months. That's what I'm...
Because a longer conflict, we would have to rely on recycling.
Yes, retreading in particular,
yeah.
yes.
Because we've got to ship, food and
Exactly.
materials.
Absolutely.
And yesterday we saw that predominantly it's bus and truck tyres that are being recycled. What's the barrier to smaller vehicle recycling?
The old days, we used to do a lot of light trucks and truck and bus. Even before that, a lot of car tires was a very big market as well for retrading. It's all to do with pricing, end of the day. I think car tires, the considerations are a bit different. People buy tires because they want to feel good. They want to feel. It's different considerations. But anything light trucks, anything commercial, it's a business. Yeah, so it's more a profit and loss thing for a lot of bosses, a lot of owners, and when they find the price of new tires and retreads very similar, they don't. Well, now I'll give you an example. Look, I like to give examples. Okay, sure. We have a retread factory in Perth. Okay, we used to do a lot of retreads for a council, local council in Perth. If I'm not mistaken, it's Rockingham. I don't want to say, I could be wrong, but we used to do a lot of retreads for them. Suddenly a tyre fitter comes in, right, doesn't want retreads anymore. Just tell his management, I don't want retreads anymore. It's not safe, it's health safety, it's HONS thing. And suddenly there's no will from the management to press it down, look, we need to have retreads. No, they just say, okay. And suddenly we lost all our business with this shire, who have been retraining for many, many years. I'm talking not 1 year, 10, 20 years. Suddenly, the tyre fitter comes in, he changes, he doesn't want to do retread. And because the price is very, very similar, so there's no will or... And the irony of all this is, if you look at their website, it talks about they want to achieve environmental friendly, net zero carbon, I try and talk to them. I said, look, your website is saying you want to achieve this thing, but you're not looking at retrading, like you used to. We can't anymore because the fitter doesn't want to. That's why one of my arguments, one of my proposals, one of my suggestions for the consideration of standing committees, government has to make a mandate.
Well, that's number one of your recommendation.
Legislate it, say, look, you've got to achieve it. The onus is on you guys to achieve 30%, 40%, 50%. If you can't achieve it, fine. Give me justifications why. Maybe there's no retread factory in your neighborhood. Fair enough. Maybe my closest retreader, MBR, is full capacity. They cannot supply anymore. Fair enough. But it's got to be a mandated thing so that we take away any arbitrariness involved in the decision-making process. And that example really, really hurt me so much. Yeah. Because I went there to try to talk to the council people, and they said, nah, the tyre fitter says there's health and safety issues or concern and all that stuff. Then just brush it off like that. Just one major word, health and safety, that's it. It's gone. Yeah.
Yesterday you spoke about the safety issue, and it's a perception of new tyres versus recycled tyres. Just talk to us about that. Is there any evidence that they're safer, not safer?
There's many studies. I've submitted a booklet for you guys already. So there are many studies done in the past. I think 6 or 7 studies done internationally by looking at tyre debris. I think one of the studies went for all the tyre debris on the highways and analysed every tyre debris, every tyre failure. And there is absolutely no evidence that tyre retreads do not perform as well as or safer than new tyres. In my records also, I shared with you a major Sydney transit bus that we service, we service and supply to over 1,000 buses. They can achieve 66% retread rate. That means out of 100 tyres installed onto the buses running around Sydney, 66 of them were retreads. And we've been doing it and this records for 2.5 years data. Yeah.
Am I correct in saying that, my recollection from yesterday, it's a long time ago, that the tyres that were examined on the side of the highway were cheaper Chinese imports?
Yes, I mean, you could... A lot of the tyre failures are not necessarily to do with retreads or even the product itself.
Yeah.
Like if you have a nail hole under inflation and you don't know about it, the tyre will eventually disintegrate into. It could be accidents. It could the truck could have run over a pothole, a bolt. Or the sidewalk could have been during the turning process. It could have been rubbed against a curb, very extremely weaken it. So it could explode, it could blow up. There's a lot of factors that contribute to tyre failures, including, of course, it could be many reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, many reasons.
I'm just going to...
Not necessarily retreads.
Thank you. I'm just going to skip to your fourth recommendation. I'm really interested in this. And you say government consider recognising tyre retreaders and repairers as a separate skill and trade distinct from motor mechanics. Now, yes, I understand you said it falls under motor mechanics, but it is a completely different trade.
It is.
So just talk me through that and the difficulties of getting people in the industry and potentially people from overseas.
Yep. As I tried to mention, as I mentioned yesterday, to the consideration of the committee, tyre retreading industry has been in free fall for many years. So we have lost a lot of talent, and a lot of remaining talent are elderly people like myself, nearing retirement age. So if we do decide to go along the course of reinvigorating or trying to encourage this industry again, I do foresee there'll be a lot of factories opening up to service. Let's say the government do mandate the use of retreads for all government-related businesses like ports, buses, and garbage services. There'll be a big demand for retreads, and I do foresee there will be a lot of new factories opening up, and people wanting to invest in this strategic government-supported industry. And but one of the problems that they will face is the talent, because to be a retreader, you really have to have many years experience. You cannot just go through YouTube and learn straight away.
Kat and I aren't going to be valuable employees to you tomorrow.
I don't think so either. But you will need a lot of talent coming in, you see. So at the moment, from my experience, we have tried to apply visas, just temporary business visas, for some of our staff to come in to help train locals, to retrain the young people to how to repair tyres, how to retread tyres, how to the process of retreading itself. And we always have a problem because they get classes as motor mechanic, and then they ask you how many years experience do they have. Well, they have 20 years experience in a retread factory. Well, that's not a motor mechanic business, so reject straight away. That is the problems that we're facing right now. And also I think it's high time that tyre retreaders and repairers be recognized for the work that they do. It's actually a very distinct work. It's different completely to repairing a car or a truck. It's totally different. Tire, rubber. This is different, and I feel that. And I feel for my guys as well. I think it's time that they be recognized that look, this is a distinct trade that they should be proud of, and people may want to come into. That's how I feel. Yeah.
And that would lead into your fifth recommendation of public education, and that's not just educating the public, but also educating people who might want to get into the industry.
Yes, of course. It's a skill. It's a skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, aside from the environmental benefits and of retreading, it's also a strategic importance to have this. I feel what is left of our tyre industry. Yep.
Thanks for that, Mr. Tan.
What sort of percentage do you think we do nationwide on retreading, and what could we ultimately do?
Well, at the moment, I don't have the figures to be honest with you, but I dare say if we look at the numbers, I think our retread industry is probably, I would say 10%. I would say, I don't have the records, okay. But we look at the example. So I wanted to bring that real life example to the committee's attention, and it's not just talk or imaginary figures. We have served 2.5 years record of an urban bus, and they can achieve 66%. So why not other urban buses, for example, in Sydney, in Melbourne, in Brisbane, so we start segment by segment. The buses can achieve that. If the buses can achieve, urban buses can achieve that, 66%, why not the garbage trucks? Why can't they achieve a 60% retread usage and 40% new tires. Why can't they do that? There's no will. And government buses, government contracts, and ports, why can't we achieve similar amounts? So back to your questions. I think urban buses, we've proven really 60% is not a problem. So I think, and that extends to all urban vehicles. Like I say, yesterday I also mentioned that long hauls, I can see the concerns and arguments against it. I recognize that, but definitely there should be no arguments if you're in an urban environment. If you have a breakdown in the middle of wherever, it'll take you 2 hours or whatever for a rescue truck to come. So yeah. So and a port environment as well. I visited a port recently. And asked them why are you not using retreads? Port environments are the best environment for retreads, and we know that because we've done a lot of business with ports overseas as well. So port environments, because they just travel within that 5 or 6 kilometer or 7, 8, 10 kilometer radius. That's it. Yeah. And asked them why not. Again, cheap Chinese tires are there. New tires. We don't want to fool around with retreads. They're not safe. All this stuff comes in, and it's very sad. I try to convince them otherwise, but and it's always beating myself up. I'm tired of that. Beating myself up.
Do you find the quality of particularly the cheaper imports using synthetic rubbers and single-use tyres, is that going to create a bigger waste problem for us? And is that going to make your job more difficult to be able to retread some of these tyres? There's many different point of view about this segment, this topic. Sure, the tier 1 tires, they are built for retreading. You can see their sidewalls. Continental tires, for example, you can see the sidewalls. It's got there. If we want to retread it, and these are the specifications. If you were to retread this tire, these are the specifications. A lot of tier 1 tires, they do promote retreading. I think that's probably one of their strategies to counter the cheaper budget tires. But your question whether it's going to affect us, yeah, in a way, yes. How much, I'm not sure. But I think at the end of the day, it's not just the cheaper budget tires thing. It's like I tried to mention yesterday. We're witnessing a powerhouse, a global phenomenal powerhouse, manufacturing powerhouse in China. We have to be very clear-eyed about this. They're very hardworking. They work long hours. They're very heavily government subsidized and supported, and that's where they are today. And with the advent of AI and robotics, I do believe their manufacturing experience, expertise, strength will even widen, in my opinion, even widen. So the question now is more: does the committee view this industry as a strategic thing that we can hang on to? It doesn't cost us much to hang on to this area, and in the event there's a blockade or whatever, at least this segment can let our trucks run for another 1 year or 1.5 years whilst we negotiate new supplies of new tires, or wait for the blockade to be over. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So you got to understand that we're facing a very, very formidable manufacturing base. There's no question about that. They're efficient, hardworking, government support. It's very difficult to compete.
You were talking about a levy that you thought might be imposed on the importation of tyres. It doesn't matter from what country it comes from, to assist the recycling industry.
Yep.
Just talk us through that.
Yeah, I had a lot, because as I was trying to explain, it's a very complex set of issues that we're facing right now. We're facing a very formidable manufacturing base, yet we want to retain, should we decide to retain independence of retrading, how to revive this industry and recognize that this is what we face in the realities of it, And like I say, our biggest customer is China, so we don't want to antagonize China as well and start a trade war either. So there's many considerations to think about. So I sat down for a few days with my team, and one of the areas that at the crux of it, right, is actually the price issue. Okay, how can we like the first tier is $500-600 a tire. Retread is $200. Okay, that's beautiful. If there's no China tires today, retread will be booming. So how to push the China new tires further up without imposing a levy or singling them out? So the best solution I felt was just impose a green levy, green retrading, recycling levy, because like I said, every tire that we import into Australia, ultimately after retrading, repairing, we need to deal with it on a recycling basis anyway. So I felt that, well, let's collect the money up front first, right? Rather than we collect it when the people bring the tires to the recycling tip. So we collect the money up front first, okay? So at least all the scrap tires will be delivered to authorized recycling centers free of charge, basically. So they collect, and then the government will pay them out of that fund, because so they are no worse off. In fact, they're probably better off because they get more tires. So this will stop all the illegal dumping. Because at the end of the day, like if I've got 20 truck tires or 30 truck tires, there's no point me driving out into the bush. I can just drive it to the nearest recycling center, dump it there free of charge, and the money is already collected up front at the import level. So that will bring the all new tire prices up. Okay, so that will widen the gap slightly. Then we impose a retrading or recycling levy. So on all tires, a flat rate. So we do not distinguish. We don't go by percentage. We have a flat rate. Let's say I was giving an example, just an example of $90, say a tire, for example. So for a branded tire, $90. Maybe their cost is $500, so 90 and over 500 is maybe 20% or something like that, less than 20%. But $90 on $200 is 50%. So that will bring the retrading the cheaper tires further up, widening the gap. Yeah, and with that fund, use it to pay some to support the retrading industry, and some to support the truck drivers, to encourage them, the truck operators, to encourage them to use more retreads. Because at the end of the day, this will have an effect of widening the gap. So for a truck operator, right, I'm buying a tire from China, $200, a retread $200. But if you've imposed $90, a duty on it, or a levy, so suddenly it becomes $300, say. Okay? So if the government gives me $30 back, so the gap from 200 to 300, if I get another $30 back, so I get $130. So suddenly, as an owner of a truck operator, I get more and more incentive to use retreads. And this is what we should do, because we should encourage every retread we use. There's a lot of carbon that we save, a lot of oil that we save, a lot of resources that we save. So that then all the transport operators will be incentivized to push their workshop people to use more retreads, because the gap will be there like it always has been before.
Just finally, do retreads have the same life as new tyre?
Yes.
Okay.
If they're manufactured correctly, because at the end of the day, it's rubber formulations. If you make a new tire with the same compound formulation, you put a bit of sugar, put a bit of flour, put a bit of, that same formulation. If you make the tread with the same formulation, so in theory, and the tread depth is the same, and the tread widths are the same, and the tread patterns are the same, so these two would run exactly the same kilometers in theory. Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by 31st July 2026. And again, thank you to you and your family for yesterday. It was magnificent. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
Thanks,
for
mate.
inviting me to this event.
We're set. Bitumen Solutions. Yep. This is more road space. Submission 13. I now welcome representative from Bitumen Solutions to give evidence at this public hearing today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Azim Remtullah, and I'm the Director of Bitumen Solutions.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Chair. My name is Azim Remtullah. I'm an independent consultant to the Australian road surfacing industry with more than 40 years' experience in bituminous binders and asphalt technologies in road construction. I worked with road agencies, contractors, binder manufacturers and suppliers in Australia and overseas across research, development, implementation, performance evaluation and specifications. I come before the committee with a perspective of someone directly involved in taking these technologies from laboratory to road network. My submission focuses on terms of reference 4 and 5, because road construction is, in my view, Australia's greatest opportunity to create a genuine circular economy of end-of-life tyres. My principal message is the challenge is no longer one of technology, it is one of policy, procurement and market confidence. Australia's road network is under increasing pressure from heavier freight loads, growing traffic demand and harsh climatic conditions. These pressures require bituminous binding materials used in the road surfacing in asphalt and sprayed seal applications with greater durability, resistance to rutting and cracking, and better whole-of-life performance. Traditional paving grade bitumen, much of it is imported, is no longer sufficient on its own. As a result, agencies have relied heavily on modifying the bitumen with synthetic polymers such as thermoplastic elastomers, which are expensive, largely petrochemical based and imported, and generally carry higher embodied carbon and recycled alternatives. Crumb rubber, modified bituminous binders produced from the end-of-life tyres are a mature, proven alternative. They can deliver comparable or superior performance in many road applications while supporting circular economy and emission reduction objectives. By upcycling tyres into high-value road infrastructure, crumb rubber reduces the reliance on imported synthetic polymers, strengthens local recycling and supply chains, and lowers demand for virgin petrochemical materials. At present, approximately 5 million end-of-life tyres equivalent are already diverted from landfill each year through to road surfacing applications. This is an important achievement. However, the technical capability, processing capacity and industry expertise exist to increase this to around 12 million tyres, passenger tyres equivalent per year, and potentially beyond, if governments create the right market conditions. To achieve this, 3 elements are essential. First, Australia needs greater national consistency in specifications and procurement. Proven technology should not continue to be treated as pilots simply because agencies operate under different specifications and risk frameworks. Second, we need a stronger mandatory tyre stewardship system requiring all tyre manufacturers and importers to participate equally, eliminating free riders and funding continued research, product development and market expansion. Third, the government procurement should focus on performance and whole-of-life value, not simply lowest initial cost or recycled content targets. Roads should be seen not merely as a destination for waste tyres, but as high-performing infrastructure asset delivering environmental, economic and engineering benefits together. Australia has the rare opportunity to become an international leader in the high-value use of tyre-derived materials. The industry has the knowledge, the technology has been proven, and the capacity largely exists. What is now required is policy certainty so the industry can invest and road agencies can adopt these technologies consistently. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to answering committee's questions and expanding on the recommendations contained in my submission.
Terrific, thank you. I'll start with you, Tom. You describe road construction as I guess, Australia's largest high-value end market for tyre-derived material. What proportion of our end-of-life tyres could realistically be absorbed into road applications under current technology and delivery models?
So currently, as I stated, 5 million equivalent passenger tyres are being used in road surfacing applications. So that equates to about 45,000 metric tons of end-of-life tyres. In context to the overall tyres, it's about an 8% consumption. So it's safe to say that about 8% of the tyres is currently being consumed. With initiatives, with the modelling that I've done, it is achievable to go up to 12 million tyres, which is 109,000 metric tons, which would equal to about 20% consumption. So I see that a very achievable target depending upon procurement policies and the national specification framework. It can go beyond that under mandated requirements, but at least in the short term or mid term, 12 million tyres equivalent is achievable.
Now, your submission is suggesting that the barriers are institutional rather than a technical situation. What reforms do you think would have the greatest impact on increasing the use of crumb rubber in tyres? I think Victoria mandates 5% in some roads.
Yes. So there are sort of different policies with different road authorities. And interestingly enough, I think the first thing that needs to happen is to harmonise all the states to understand the importance of crumb rubber and what it's offered in high-value product on road surfacing. As you mentioned, Victoria is probably the first state that actually took up crumb rubber, and that goes back about 40 years ago when they first started to use crumb tyre rubbers. But the applications are limited in the state of Victoria for spray sealing applications. So just to explain, in road industries, there are two applications for road surfacing. One's called sprayed sealing, and the other one is asphalt. So in sprayed sealing, what happens is you apply the binder or the bituminous binder, and then you drop the aggregate, and you compact the aggregate. In asphalt, you actually mix graded aggregate in an asphalt plant, and then you deliver it to the site, and then you compact it. So our sort of market share generally for those two applications is 50% is in sprayed seals and 50% is in asphalt. So suffice to say that in sprayed seal, there is a good uptake of crumb tyre rubber from the end of the tyre recycled tyres. But in asphalt, it's relatively new, although overseas the experiences are very good. So we want to encourage that part to grow. So mandating is one. I can give you an example of Western Australia. They're currently in some application, they have already mandated the use of crumb rubber. So I think if we follow that lead right across all the road authorities with some federal intervention or an arrangement, then it would be good to see that sort of policy being instituted, which will encourage the use of crumb rubber.
So where we've got these trials happening, what's the what do you think's the reason why it's not then transitioned from a trial to mainstream use? Has there been any sort of trials or proof of evidence that you can point to show that crumb rubber road trials aren't getting mainstream?
There has been a fair amount of work done. As I mentioned, in sprayed sealing, it's like a normal product that's currently being used. It's just a matter of increasing the use. Generally speaking, the first preference is to use the bitumen as it is, unmodified. But because of the fact that bitumen is imported, the qualitative aspects of the bitumen are always a bit of a question mark. there is a encouragement to modify the bitumen. But one of the traditional approach to modified was using synthetic polymers like elastomers.
Yep.
They're also imported, and they're derived out of sort of fossil fuels. So it is important to direct all the work from elastomers to recycled products, and that happens in sprayed sealing. In asphalt, it's sort of very recently that things have started to take off. And I think in Australia, we're probably behind by 10, 15 years relative to use of crumb rubber overseas. To give you an example, in California, it's widely used in asphalt applications. In Florida, it's used in high applications as well. In Texas, it's used. And if you look at the geographic locations of those places that I've just mentioned, they're all like hot climate conditions, high traffic conditions.
That's my next question.
And South Africa is another one. So in Australia, we sort of fit in quite in that picture of having to have superior bituminous binders, which are modified to be able to take advantage of our climatic conditions and traffic conditions and budgets, obviously. Yeah.
So does climatic conditions have an impact on the ability for the road to, does it give it longer use? Is it better environmentally? Does that, I'm trying to think of the place we went to in Melbourne that does the NOTRA, where they were looking at different ratios in there for different climatic conditions for about sort of lengthening the road usage time and construction time, but also more into the recycling. Do we find that climatic conditions have an impact on how much crumb rubber can be used?
Yes, I would probably say as time goes by, we will move to more and more modified bitumen as a percentage of virgin bitumen. Currently our statistics sort of stands at about 30% of our bitumen is modified in some form or the other, and I think it'll probably increase over and above that. And the reason is exactly, you want materials that have got higher softening points, so when you actually apply the material, if the temperature of the surface gets 50 or 60 degrees, it doesn't melt or get sticky or tacky. So that's one example. We have cement-treated bases where cracking is a big problem. Then if you have an elastomeric or a polymer modified or crumb rubber modified material being applied to it, it resists the reflection of cracking, for example. So heavy traffic loading in asphalt situation, so we don't get rutting problems and all. So generally climatic conditions, growing traffic conditions, and one big one that is to sort of look at our perspective in setting ourselves up to have resilient sort of surfacing against flooding, for example. So moisture damage becomes quite an issue. So crumb rubber sort of fits in all of those categories to be able to satisfy. And that's why I always say that it's not that you want to add crumb rubber just to solve the solution of recycling. It's literally value adding to the whole chemistry and also the civil engineering principles.
Thanks, Jed.
Thank you, Mr. Remtala. There's something in your opening that really struck me as fairly profound, and it was changing the view of recycling tyres, and you said it's a high-performing infrastructure asset. And that's something that we don't do we? We don't look at it like an infrastructure asset.
Correct.
Here in Australia.
Correct.
Your evidence was this is not a technology issue, it's a policy issue.
Correct.
So you're saying that it is now down to government, not the industry, to actually change that view.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think if I can describe what you just said there is that we don't look at performance aspects. We are very much focused on binder specifications. But as you know, at the end of the day, a road is a composite system. It is not only binder, but it is a combination of aggregate, it is a layer thicknesses, how you design the road and all of that. And then from that point of view, it should be looked at the asset, but more importantly, that by using some of these products such as crumb rubber or modified binders, we are achieving much higher sort of longevity of the roads. That's the first thing. The second thing, it reduces maintenance as well. So if you package all of this together, then it has to be looked at holistically as an asset and seeing what these items are contributing.
Yeah, so if I look at my electorate of Cowper, which is over the last 7 years has had 3 major floods, and the roads get washed away consistently. The implementation of crumb rubber in the asphalt would have a significant impact on the damage.
Yes, most definitely. I think that all the work that has been done by various universities is very, very clear in looking at the moisture damage of the road in relative to the road itself and the binder properties of the mix and all of that. So there's quite a bit of evidence there. So they do soaking tests in water and they retest the sort of pores out of the roads and all of that before and after using bitumen without using crumb rubber. All of those sort of combinations are clearly indicating at the moment that it's quite resistant to moisture damage.
Because one of the biggest cost implications on local councils is repair to local roads. Time, money, effort, so that if mandating or a procurement policy would certainly assist local councils.
Absolutely. 75% of the road network is under the control of the councils.
Yeah.
Councils rely on the State Road Authority funding, they rely on State Road Authority specifications. So I think it's at that layer that it needs to be important for specifications and harmonization and all of that, and feeding it to the council, saying that, these are sort of specification and specifying the use of crumb rubber in bitumen, for example. But one of the other issues is obviously the very small councils, the approachability of being able to supply rubber or crumb rubber modified bitumen to remote locations and all of that tend to be operational and logistic challenges. But as I have put in my submission, that one of the things that needs to be done as part of the whole system is to look at some mandate the use of crumb rubber, look at mandating the stewardship program to be able to achieve sufficient funding through levies and all of that to be able to support and incentivize councils, for example, to do research and development. Their requirements relative to state road authorities are more for residential streets, for remote area streets and all of that. And that's classically probably the least risky situation if people are still concerned about the use of crumb rubber and all of that. So it really should be encouraged to see if that can be achieved in terms of legislation to be able to enforce that.
Let's say government did mandate it, and my only issues with forced compliance is capacity. Do we have capacity to be able to supply that crumb rubber? Should we mandate to,
Absolutely. I think if I look in the last 5 to 10 years, there have been a lot of recycling plants being set up. So there's sufficient capacity. There's absolutely no doubt about it. It could be argued that in some geographical situations, it might be difficult to deliver the product. But generally, with most of what we do, if you look at just straight bitumen, it comes into the major terminals and then it's disseminated from there. So there's no difference in being able to transport bitumen as opposed to a modified bitumen with crumb rubber. So that sort of logistics is probably possible.
Finally, is there a cost difference between bitumen that doesn't have crumb rubber to one that does?
Yeah, very interesting. So let me give you some statistics. Currently, the bitumen is about $1,200 a ton. Crumb rubber is about $700 a ton. Typical modification levels are about 15% crumb rubber in bitumen. So if you add just straight out product cost, the chrome rubber modified binder is much, much cheaper than bitumen. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you are using 15% of recycled resource, and you are importing 15% less bitumen coming into the country. So all the savings that go in regard to that. I mean, we've seen all the embargoes and what the situation is with the bitumen pricing and all of that at the moment. Just because of this issue in the Middle East, at the moment, the bitumen prices have gone up about 30 to 50% more. So all the calculations, if you compare binder relatively one to the other, then the cost is like very small. The problem arises is when the material is blended, the levy that's been put by contractors and manufacturers seems to be high because it is not the common run product. It has got handling issues that needs to be blended, and the limitations with operational aspects, equipment, tankage, and all of that plays an important part. So they put quite a heavy premium on the product. The second thing is that in terms of using the rubber itself, there is no doubt that technically speaking, it requires a little bit higher application than the normal bitumen. So by the time you look at all the statistics and the costings and all of that, it is fair to say that the chrome rubber currently, given the circumstances of limitations of contractors being able to handle and all of those sort of logistics issue, is about 5 to 10% over the normal bitumen. But I always try and emphasize to people that you can spend 10% or 5% more, but if the road's going to last you twice as longer, then the balance of return on investment and all of that is a no-brainer in that sense. And more importantly, as I earlier alluded, that we are using a lot of synthetic polymers and elastomers at the moment, which are much, much more expensive. Relative to a chrome rubber being $700 a ton, the synthetic polymers are about $4,000 a ton, plus all the other issues that come in at the end of the day. So looking at it from the point of view of emissions, looking at it from the point of performance, emission statistics are quite interesting as well, because by moving from bitumen to chrome rubber relative modified bitumen, you're looking at least 10% savings in your greenhouse emissions, for example. So, if you evaluate it in totality, there is a lot of pluses that come out of it, and it really sets in well within the gambit of circular economy, if you like.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Jeff.
Just one last question in regard to tyre product stewardship scheme. You recommended that a mandatory scheme should be in place and a focus on R&D. In a practical sense, how do you think that would work?
Okay, let me give you an example. This is probably the most exciting thing that, from my point of view, when I look at myself as a practitioner, as an engineer, as a researcher, and all of that. If you're probably familiar with the current voluntary scheme that's been run by Tyre Stewardship Australia, they have been highly responsible in funding a lot of the road network experimentation, trials, research and development. I think the statistics is, I think they've spent nearly $6 million in funding various projects. Just that small amount of funding relative to the totality of what would be required has created an environment where more chrome rubber is used. They've funded operational trials. They've funded equipment for people to be able to blend the bitumen. So when I look at that model and I see if there was a mandated scheme where there was more pool of money available through the levies, then it would highly accelerate over and above the program that they already sort of funded. And it would be in tenfolds, I would probably say, or even more. And that's probably the experience. If I pick a leaf out of the levies that are currently being charged on West Oils, and if you look at the statistics of how much money is generated and how much investment in terms of research and development to ensure that the West Oils are well managed, if you can parallel that across to tyres, then I think we'll go a long way.
Terrific. All right, if we're all good, then thank you for your attendance today.
My pleasure.
Much appreciated. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretary by 31 July 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript for your evidence and have an opportunity to request corrections or transcription errors. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Tell me when you guys are ready and
Ready to go when
under the spotlight, ready to go for the interrogation.
we've got, I feel like I'm in the interrogation room already.
So I now welcome representatives from MTA Group to give evidence at this public hearing today. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Colin Jennings. I am the Head of Government Relations and Advocacy, MTA New South Wales Group.
My name is Henk van Diggelen. I represent the advisory committee from the MTA and I'm also the general manager of Tyre Power Australia.
Fantastic. Although the committee doesn't require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. So I now invite you to make a short opening statement, if you like.
Thank you very much. I'll start before I hand over to Henk. The MTA New South Wales Group encompasses the Motor Traders Association of New South Wales, the Motor Trades Association of the ACT and My Trade Start. For over 115 years, the Motor Traders Association of New South Wales has stood as the premier employers' body advocating for the motoring industry. We proudly represent over 3,200 businesses, collectively employing more than 35,000 workers. Our core mission, our raison d'etre, is to elevate the industry standing in the eyes of decision makers and the public, thereby advancing our sector for the betterment of the economy and the motoring public. Our expert industry advice is highly sought after by both state and federal governments. We achieve this through involvement in working groups, industry and government bodies and skills development initiatives, including chairing the New South Wales Industry Training Advisory Board. Since 1975, the Motor Trades Association of the ACT has been the indispensable industry body for the motoring industry in Canberra. We represent over 250 businesses spanning new car dealerships, mechanical and body repair services, tyre retailers, dismantling and recycling. The Australian tyre industry is at a crossroads. Every single year, 67 million tyres generating approximately 540,000 tonnes of waste reach their end of life across the country. The hard truth is that the current voluntary product stewardship model has reached its limit of effectiveness. It is no longer fit for purpose. Our members are currently being squeezed by two systemic failures. The first is the free rider and rogue operator crisis. There now exists a severely distorted market where responsible businesses effectively subsidise free riders who refuse to pay the voluntary scheme levy. This creates an uneven playing field. Rogue, unaccredited collectors routinely undercut legitimate operators, leading directly to the widespread stockpiling and toxic fire hazards of illegally dumped tyres in our local regional fields, waterways and industrial blocks. The second is the loss of sovereign resources. Of the tyres we do manage to recover, a staggering 70% are currently shredded and exported as low-value tyre-derived fuel to be burned offshore. This is a massive missed domestic economic opportunity. To protect the retail sector and build a true circular economy, we should look at three policy areas. The first is the transition to a mandated, co-regulated stewardship model. We must move away from voluntary goodwill. We advocate for a mandatory national scheme which must be designed to eliminate waste tyre collection costs for retail workshops. Shifting the cost burden away from independent workshops removes the financial incentive for illegal dumping and provides direct relief to small businesses. The second is to revitalise the retreading sector. Retreading uses significantly less oil and energy than making new tyres, yet it represents just 9% of our recovered volume. This decline is driven by a flood of low-quality, low-cost, single-use imported tyres that lack the structural integrity to be retreaded. The third is to stop the off-the-road burial crisis. Over 100,000 tonnes of mining and OTR tyres are buried on site every single year. State legislated exemptions that permit this must end. Funds should be deployed to subsidise regional transport logistics and establish localised micro-hubs to process these tyres. Tinkering around the edges is no longer an option. Fragmented policy settings and weak, inconsistent enforcement across state borders have historically allowed operators to dodge compliance. We need a mandatory framework that protects our environment, our members, drives local manufacturing and delivers genuine circularity.
Perfect. Well, I'm in full support of Colin and make it a mandatory scheme. Tyre Power as a group is actually a foundation member of the Tyre Stream Australia. Yeah, we were the first retailer who came on board, but speaking to Lena, if we can't get it as a mandatory, it's a toothless tiger, because we got a lot of free riders, people that just refuse, and in our stores at the moment it is critical that I believe we should educate the consumer, because the problem is what we're facing at our stores is people come in and said, hey, how much do I pay to recycle the tyre? Well, there's a certain amount of cost associated with it. I will take them with me. And in particular in the country areas, they take them with me. Well, 5 minutes down the road we've seen the car and the tyres are nowhere to be found. So we all know where they go. We're trying to stop this. And then there's a lot of free riders who undercut pricing, etc., etc. We need to start with having everybody on the mandatory scheme. We see it at our stores. We come on the Mondays. We now include cameras on all our driveways, because there are a lot of smaller operators. They only allowed to have so many tyres on their side. It's not always possible to pick those tyres up. I don't say they do anything wrong, but what they do wrong, they're dumping them on our yards, and we be stuck with it. And if we get 100 tyres there on Monday morning, first of all, we need to clean it up. Secondly, the EPA will say, hey, you have so many tyres, so we have an issue, and then the cost associated with it. So doing a mandatory scheme, yes. I'm doing this now for 47 years. I was also part of the Australian Tyre Industry Council that you probably can see here soon. And we put a mandatory scheme forward a long time ago. The pleasing thing, what I'm seeing in the industry now is major manufacturers, worldwide manufacturers, like I just followed a case from Pirelli. They actually thinking of recycling the tyres themselves, taking them back from the countries to supply and bring them back. That will fix the problem. But I don't see that happen in my lifetime. Unfortunately, that's a fantastic idea, but that will take some time.
It's a logistics experience. You know, I worked at Mercedes-Benz.
Yes.
And we used to have the crates that like windscreens and doors and that. Once we pulled them out here in Australia to put into the dealerships, those boxes had to be then flat packed and sent back to Germany. It was a very, very expensive exercise to do that. Yeah. No, that's terrific. I guess questions. All right, thank you. With the proposal from transitioning from voluntary to a mandatory co-regulated scheme, so you've sort of briefly talked about what are the shortcomings, I guess, at the moment with free riders and illegal dumping. What are the shortcomings we see now that the voluntary scheme can't address with those issues?
With the free riders, we don't have any open paperwork what they bring into the country. Okay, we report as Tyre Power, we report every tyre we buy and report it to the TSA, and then the collector picks it up, we get the docket and we give it back to the TSA. So We are mandated, we're doing the right thing. The free riders, however, they come in, they don't have any input knowledge to give to the government, so we don't know what's coming in, and they just selling it to stores who don't report it. That's the biggest issue. So if it is mandatory and everybody has to report it, we are a long way of winning this battle with dumping it in the bush and everywhere else to keep our country clean.
So what sort of mechanism do we use that would ensure, being mindful that, your tyre power businesses are small businesses? What's the sort of mechanisms that we could put together to ensure that all importers and all retailers are contributing fairly and working through the system without putting the burden on the retailer?
Yeah. The burden on the end will come on the consumer, because one way or the other they have to pay. And people are happy to pay if they know it's recycled properly. If you go to all our tyre power stores, people ask, why do we bring this tyre in? Why does it have to be recycled? There's a very nice screen there where we point out that we're part of TSA, it will be recycled, etc., etc. So it's done the correct way. So that's a positive thing we're doing. And what a suggestion could be to the government is say, okay, let's mandate it at the manufacturer's point of view. So every manufacturer, I've worked for manufacturers, every manufacturer could add a certain amount of value to the tyre, and in dollar value, and that scheme will come to Australia. Everybody's on the same level playing field, and then we have people like Macquarie who just bought Bingo. They're very happy then to go and collect tyres at the tyre power store because they get paid at a drop-off point. Something similar that we did 25 years ago and that New Zealand is trying at the moment. Yeah. So from the gate, through us, through the consumer, and I think that's the way to go forward.
Do you think limiting the parallel imports and grey imports and imports of second-hand tyres will also help strengthen that whole
100%
chain?
100%. The second-hand tyre is a worry for us. Yeah, because they come off a German freeway where Mercedes drive 300 k's an hour. They're going to put them into Australia. They polish them up a little bit. That's not the tyres we want into Australia. Yeah. But that market is shrinking big time. I don't know many operators still doing it. But the best thing for us is to everybody who comes in the country with a tyre, that we put a mandate on that they have to pay so much % to our government. They're talking in the vicinity of $2 billion a year. Well, that would be good for us to put a scheme together, make the TSA mandate, and let them control that. Okay, you bring so many tyres in. What have you done with it? Because when you bring it in, then you have to sell it. Then you have to control where you're going to sell it to and who's going to bring it back. But the positive thing is, if it is already on the port taken as a payment, there will be an enormous amount of recyclers trying to pick up the tyres and bring it back to that recycle point. Yeah?
And mandating would make it, one of the issues that we hear is particularly in rural and remote areas and regional areas about the cost of transport and collection and all that. So
100%.
I think a mandated scheme would be able to then sort of cross-subsidise through those areas to make it,
I believe so,
more attractive.
I think that's the point at the end, is that with the voluntary code, as we mentioned in our submission, is not everyone pays into the levy.
Yeah.
And because you don't have everyone paying in, we are effectively limiting our funding ability.
Would you think manufacturers should be paying as well?
Everyone should be involved in
So every new vehicle that comes in?
With the vehicles, yeah, it could be part of the levy, but certainly in the importation of tyres, if we limit it to that conversation, that is a mechanism that therefore gives us more economic power. It means that, as Henk mentioned, the TSA then has more funds available. So if the TSA has got the funding available, then being able to provide services into remote and regional Australia to dispose of tyres back into a recycling plant, or for funding to be available, as we mentioned, for micro hubs in regional Australia, then we're actually doing more, and we provide an economic and job-making industry in regional and remote parts of the country who are looking at their tyres and going, well, where do I take them? Well, we don't really want to see them, floating down the Darling River or hanging out of a tree. We'd much rather have them recycled and used. By mandating and levying at the right levels, we provide the economic clout to be able to recycle completely. And in areas where councils are looking at, in remote and regional parts of the country, are looking at their road networks, which they are the stewards of. Well, if the crumb is available from recycling closer to where they are, that would reduce their own costs. So it becomes a far more win-win situation than what we've got now.
I've got one more question before I hand to the Deputy Chair. You suggest the decline in retreading is linked to lower standards for imported tyres. Should we be introducing like an ADR for imported tyres to make sure there's a level of quality and durability standard that then helps get a better carcass for the retreading?
Unfortunately, the tyre industry is not a trade. Tyre Power at the moment is starting training to all staff, so we want to make it a trade. The MTA has already sent out some working papers to make the tyre industry a trade. From the tyre industry to become a trade, also the wholesalers should be part of that trade. Then the quality of the product what comes in the country will be automatically controlled. If we don't control the quality of the product what comes in the country, and I've seen many factories over my last 30 years travelling, the quality between the good one and the not such a good one is very small. But we can still limit it by having it as a trade. So an expert on the wholesale knows actually the tyre we can bring in the country, not for a quick buck, something what is good for the Australian economy and for us. What I love to see it one day is that if it is mandated, that we don't on the counter get people say, I'll take the tyres with me. No, it's mandated. You cannot take the tyres with you. You have paid, and we are responsible of getting this tyre back to where the recycling plant is or whatever the government tells us to go. And then people in the country, particularly in the country, they don't take the 4 tyres on the back of the ute, and 5 minutes later it is somewhere in a creek. That's what I like to see stopped, and the mandatory scheme is probably going to help this. More likely it's going to help us. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Jennings, for those who don't speak French, raison d'etre, the reason for being.
The reason for being.
Right, very good.
Yes.
I see that Mr. Tan's still here. Part of your opening statement was revitalising the retreading industry.
Yes.
What does that look like?
Well, we've moved away from what we've currently got is a kind of import, use, dispose. We used to have an import, retread, reuse, and then eventually dispose. So we've taken that part of the life cycle out. Having a system in place, and this would be part of the mechanism of effectively mandating the scheme, is that you're looking at different, you're putting that part of the mechanism back in. So you're no longer at that 3-point import, use, dispose. You now have import, use, retread, dispose. We can get more use out of tyres. We used to be able to get use out of tyres through the decades. That's fallen away.
Yeah. And on top of that, of course, I'm a master craftsman by Bandek, and all of them, they're retreaders. When the government decided to put 10% on the retreading is when the retreading died.
Right.
Yeah. So I would love to see that you say to the retreaders, okay, you're going to be tax exempt, but you need to have, for example, the Sydney buses, you need to have so many tyres in your fleet recycled, retreaded. That certainly will help the economy scale, because the second tyre will be used again.
So it's a GST, is it?
Yeah, the GST, yeah. That actually put it on an unlevel playing field, because the imported tyres from overseas were almost cheaper than the tyres we could produce here because of all the GST. When that was not there, it was booming. Yeah? In the 1995-98, it was booming. The retread was booming. Everywhere you saw retread factories. I don't want to do retreading on car tyres because that's a different story because people drive too fast. But buses, trucks, they should certainly be getting back onto retread. And if the government make it a mandate and said, listen, you have to have so much percentage in your Sydney fleet buses, yeah, we will reduce the problem we have on the end with 3-to-1.
There you've got a good government procurement methodology that would work by saying to state-owned fleets, federal government fleets in those sectors, you are required to retread. That also helps with manufacturers and their procurement methods.
Yeah.
Yep. So you revitalise the industry. You then have a workforce shortage issue, particularly the definition of a trade in recycling, retreading, because apparently you have to be a mechanic, have a trade as a mechanic to be able to
Retread.
to retread. Where do you see the solution there in terms of workforce?
In tyre power, and not only in tyre power, I should say the whole tyre industry suffers from the same issue. Yeah, people don't want to do the work. It's not an easy job, but it is a very responsible job. If I put a tyre on your car and your family drives in that car, I want to make sure that that tyre is put on your car properly. That's why tyre power is now pushing very hard to make it a trade. If we can get the tyre industry a trade, we will bring young people in. Not everybody wants to become a professor. A lot of people want to work in that industry, but the entry is a bit hard. Yeah, you need to go and do this course, you need to do all these certificates. It's hard. We're going to try to subsidise the young people who don't want to become a professor or whatever, come into our industry, because we're going to see shortages coming, left, right and centre. Yeah? So that also helps with bringing the young people into trade again, bring it back. Yeah.
Is Tyre Power RTO?
No. We're relying on the MTA to be an RTO, but we are looking at it, but it's not that easy.
Yeah.
So MTA New South Wales, we are an RTO. We've been doing training for 60 years. We've been in RTO for over 30 years. We're the second largest automotive trainer in the state of New South Wales after TAFE. So we're the largest independent not-for-profit training provider in the state. So in terms of issues around training, how does that look like? That would probably be the creation of some form of certificate 2, probably around a certificate 2. That could be therefore run by RTOs like ourselves or TAFE. If it becomes a certificate, then it can be funded, which means that we're helping to try and reduce our already very large skill shortage we have in the automotive industry, which is one of the largest in the trades. We're 35,000 short across the country already, and that's not just this year, that's decades that we can't move that pendulum. But in being able to work with industry like we do, as being both the industry body and the RTO, then we can help to design those sort of things to try and reduce those shortages and train up the workforce that's already in place.
If I may go back on the RTO with Tyre Power, if that's okay. We are not an RTO, but we have realised that it is very hard to fund machineries and get the right areas where you can actually do training. So that's what we did at Tyre Power. We bought a warehouse. We decked the warehouse out with all the training equipment in there. And now I'm talking to the colleagues of Colin here to go and do training at our facility, because the facility is always the hardest problem to find. Yeah, you have to be close to a hotel because I need to stay a couple of days here and there. We have funded that, so we're ready. But yeah, there's a lot of work to be done for us still to get them actually to the training. So if I'm looking at early next year, halfway next year, to start, I will be very proud of myself, proud of Tyre Power.
100%. Yep.
Just moving across to I guess, into Crumb Rubber, being one of the the things we deal with. What do you think local governments in particular, because I guess they're at the coalface with the majority of roads, what can they do to improve recycling outcomes and the use of recycled materials? And have you got any examples of where we see opportunities go begging?
You had that.
We have an
Victoria.
issue, that was actually brought up by Lena Goodman. We had a council in Australia where we had crumb rubber supplying to the Geelong Council, if we don't mind mentioning it, and they were buying it for $700 a tonne, as the other gentleman just mentioned. And the Geelong Council went overseas and bought the crumb rubber for $100 a tonne cheaper. That's an issue we have. So I like to see if it is mandated that you actually have a certain amount of this by the councils also used for the Australian crumb rubber, because we're going to have a problem. If we're going to crumb it here and nobody buys it of us, we're going to have an issue.
It seems ironic that we're sending stuff overseas.
I think it's crazy.
Bringing it back in.
And that goes to our point. We're exporting when we could be using, and if we have the supply, then we go back to procurement methodologies of local governments having procurement processes in place to say we will use X amount of percentage of our bitumen for our road uses being derived from Australian crumbed tyres.
Yeah.
If you don't have those sort of procurement methods in contracts, then you're sort of barking around the wrong tree.
It was always there when there was manufacturing in Australia from tyres, like Bridgestone and Goodyear, when they were doing, and Dunlop, when they did the manufacturing in Australia. I was trying to sell tyres to the governments and fleets, and there was a big mandate. It has to be Australian-made product for so much percentage of the fleet. And I think that was ideal. Not so much ideal for me because I was trying to sell them something else, but it was ideal for the Australian to actually protect their own market.
Internally within governments too, if you've got state fleets for buses and trucks, that circularity can exist where the used tyres coming out from those can be crumbed and then sent to local councils. So you almost create an economic circular environment.
One issue that gets raised is we always talk about, for governments of all levels and persuasions, where they look at, when you go to finance departments, it's always looking at the cheapest in theory, but not actually including the broader approach. So if you look at, $100 a tonne cheaper might sound great, but is there $100 of value in keeping people employed, industry going, and creating that whole ecosystem to be able to work? And whether we need to put more focus on saying, well, cheapest dollar is not always the best. If you're in a situation where there's a marginal, very marginal difference, perhaps we should be looking at getting the Australian-made product to strengthen ours. Yeah.
Well, this gentleman before us was saying how much cheaper, how much better it is to have the rubber in the bitumen, last longer, and the council was saying, it costs more, but it outweighs the cost.
But if we were doing it to scale, if we grew the industry, then, obviously, supply and demand issue is it would be cheaper if there was more of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So if we reduce the amount we export and provide the infrastructure to recycle, then you're absolutely correct. We end up with a situation where we have a supply and demand and cost will go down. Yeah, that's right. And, mechanisms like we recommend to look at when we go to regional parts of the country where the cost is larger because of the distance travel. But those sort of micro crumbing facilities do the three things. They, reduce the cost for council, they recycle the tyre, and they create jobs. At some level they create jobs. How big they are depends, but at least it's a job creating thing. So we're kind of killing three birds with one stone.
Fantastic. Anything else?
No, that's a lot, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript for your evidence, and we'll have the opportunity to request corrections to that transcription errors. And I now suspend the meeting until 1:30. Yep. to 1:30. from Bridgestone Mining Solutions Australia to give evidence at this public hearing today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Komnenos, and I'm the Executive Manager for Solution Development at Bridgestone Mining Solutions Australia.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise that these hearings are a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. And I'd invite you to make a short opening statement.
No worries. Thanks very much, first of all, for having the opportunity to be here today. I'm here representing Bridgestone Mining Solutions Australia. It's important to understand that in Bridgestone in Australia is split up into two entities. One is looking after the mining construction side of the business, and one is looking after the general truck and bus and passenger car, and our specialty is the mining side of the business. Basically, Bridgestone Mining Solutions is largest supplier of repairer, of tyres, repairs, service, and we have two companies there, Bridgestone Mining Solutions and Otraco in Australia, and we've been supplying and servicing tyres in Australia for over 45 years. 50% of the OTR's tyres supplied into Australia at the moment are from Bridgestone, so we're quite a large part of the industry at this point in time, and we've got 14 branches located both regionally and in metropolitan areas around Australia. And basically, our subsidiary company, Otraco, also does a lot of service work with the mining customers out there as well. So very broad spectrum on the mining industry. Our goal as a company, Bridgestone, is to head towards sustainable growth. So circularity is quite an important thing for us, and we're looking at 100% sustainable materials in our products by 2050 and carbon neutrality by that time as well. So key drivers for us. We are voluntary contributors to the Tyre Stewardship Australia and also a member of ATIC, and we acknowledge the important role that TSA has played across the industry. One of the things, however, is we have not seen a large change in the rates of OTR tyre recycling over the past few years. And under the current legislative and regulatory guidelines, it's unlikely to see any change in any meaningful fashion in the near term. One of the main obstacles to OTR tyre recycling on a large scale is the ability for large mining customers to landfill OTR tyres on site. Looking at the cost of dumping on site for the miner, it's around 5 to 15% of the cost of recycling the tyre, which is a major factor. And it's typically, the other problem with this is that that cost is not a separate line item for them. It's part of a general operating cost, so they actually don't even see it. When you start to turn around and say, we want another $2,000 or $3,000 to recycle that tyre, that straight away is a change for them and a cost on top of what they're already doing. So while dumping on site is permitted, or the dumping that they're allowed to do on site in the fashion they're allowed to do it, which is essentially just laying it out, surveying it in and covering it, rather than having to make some sort of preparation like a normal dump site would have to make, they're going to continue to basically dump on site. OTR tyres by their nature are also very difficult to transport and recycle. So their large size and high steel content lead to very prohibitive logistics costs and require very expensive recycling equipment. Those recycling companies, if they do not have a reliable feedstock, it's very difficult for them to invest in the necessary equipment. And even in locations where they have actually done the investment, like in WA, what we're seeing is that the government legislation isn't quite matching up with the actual investment in that infrastructure, and there's still leases being given where they're still allowed to bury on site. So on one hand, they're giving money to these recyclers to try and create the recycling capability. On the other hand, they're allowing dumping on site. So it's a bit of an issue that's going on there. And if it continues in this fashion, the money that's been invested is likely to end up being wasted, and potential those facilities could struggle to hit their goals in terms of recycling and their goals in terms of their commercial viability. Also important to look at the outcomes of the recycling. Currently, the majority of recycling in Australia is exported for energy recovery. OTR tyres are made from the highest quality materials to withstand the heavy loads and high severity of service inherent in mining operations. It is important that when OTR tyres are recycled, the resultant output is used for higher order outcomes with the ultimate goal of reuse in tyres. So any system that proposed for the future should find methods to prioritise higher order outcomes. There's also a need for development of markets in Australia for recycled products. This could be aided by government providing incentives for retreading, crumb rubber technologies, devulcanisation and circular manufacturing. That would also include changes in government procurement practices promoting the use of recycled materials, and that would certainly help in getting this up and running in the country. Finally, BMSA Bridgestone Mining Solutions would like Australia to move from a voluntary to a fully regulated national scheme to eliminate free riders, provide full system coverage, provide investment certainty and enable higher order resource recovery. This would need to be combined with changes in mining regulation regarding the dumping of tyres on site to improve recovery of OTR tyre resource. Thanks very much for the opportunity to appear. I'm looking forward to any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Just mentioned too that Ms Teasdale MP, Federal Member for Bass, is on the line as well. So she'll jump in whenever she feels like. Let's go straight to the first thing you sort of mentioned, which was about the low recycle rate in OTRs and the economics of on-site burial being almost free, as compared to the economics in trying to do a recycling process. What incentives do you think would change that behaviour, or what regulations would change? And I'm assuming most of the tyres that get sent up to mining are done via road?
Yes, so it's depending on the location. Yes, they're definitely sent in by road. In most cases, they're sent in by very specialised vehicles as well, especially with the larger tyres, because if they're not sent in on specialised vehicles where they can stand upright, then they need to have pilots to take them in, which is a very expensive endeavour. So most of the trucks are very specialised, and in many cases the trucks are coming back virtually empty or partially empty. We bring repairs back as well, but those repairs are probably in the order of 5% to around 5% of the tyres. So we're seeing a lot of wasted logistics essentially with these tyres. So there is the opportunity to have a fairly reasonably cheap logistics service to bring it back to locations, but the main barrier at the moment is probably just the price in the end. So we need to find ways to bring that down, and that could be some sort of a scheme where people are paying in at the beginning and then there's money to come back out of it. The other side of it could be just making it more expensive to dump on site, and that's by making them create certain environment to dump the tyres on site, which could mean like a council has to put in some form of a seal on an area, so they have to prepare the earth, they have to lay out the bentonite or some other form of seal, and that costs them a lot of money to do that. At the moment, the mine sites can simply just lay it down and do the surveying. So that would be one way to incentivise them. If there's a cost already and the two costs are close between recycling and not recycling, then the simple answer is they want to recycle because it looks much better for them from a corporate social responsibility side of it.
What about the idea of having on-site? So I guess the difficulty is you're talking over a massively large area, and it's not all a homogenous system. But the idea of having, a mobile shredding station there to help, bring product back that could be used in cement kilns or other forms of that.
Yep.
Do you think that's something that, the industry itself would be prepared to look at, or do you think it would be a good idea for the industry to start picking up and taking, I guess, a bit of a lead in it? Obviously, they want to talk about their environmental credentials and things.
Okay, so again, what we end up coming up against there is still a cost factor. Mobile shredding still has a fairly high cost to it, even though it's local. You're still looking at quite a large investment in equipment to make that happen. So again, we have a cost factor that comes down into it. If there was some form of an industry-wide scheme that was put in place to bring that price down and that everyone's putting into it, again, so there's no free riders, there might be a possibility that the industry could look down that fact. I don't believe that the transport of the tyres is as much of a factor though, so that this mobile shredder would make such a large difference in price.
Do you think, with just the burial of tyres, that really just deferring across when they've got to rehabilitate the land, or is it just they're buried so far down it doesn't get sort of included in that rehabilitation process?
Yeah, it would be nice if they had to deal with the tyres afterwards, but unfortunately, yes, they are buried so far down. The idea is that we'll never see those tyres again.
Yeah. Now, you're responsible for more than half of the OTR imports by tonnage. What is the biggest practical barriers preventing large-scale recycling?
The practical barriers? Yeah, so one of the things is having enough recycling capacity is definitely part of that. Being able, the logistics is actually there, as I said, because we generally have the trucks going back empty anyway, so there is that capability there. So the barrier ultimately is one, capacity, and two, cost.
And you think that a mandatory scheme would be able to support the ability to take that away?
The format of it would matter. The current scheme as we have it at the moment, the voluntary one, it's quite a minimal amount that's being paid in. So with that minimal amount being paid in, it's really more about research and developing markets. That's probably not going to turn the tables. We'd probably need to be looking at having enough of a value added onto the tyre that essentially the recycling is taken care of with that added value.
Do you think there'd be much of an improvement in investment certainty for specialised OTR recycling if it was mandatory?
Yes. There's already quite a bit of investment there with people believing that it's heading down that path. Once we did start to head down that path, I believe it would happen. How we get the higher order outcomes is very important as well, though. It's not enough that there's money there to actually to get people recycling. We also want to make sure that they're not just going to energy recovery because of the quality of the resource. So that would have to be looking at ways of incentivising the higher order outcome, basically potentially, more money paid back to those recyclers that are doing the higher order type of outcomes.
And do you think industry started moving towards a commercial tyre-to-tyre recycling at scale yet?
In terms of having the tyre recycled and then going back into a tyre, is that what we're talking about? Yeah, right on the edge of it at the moment. Like, it's just starting. We certainly have some plans in that area, and we're trying to get some trials running with our customers. Again, we're running into the battle of finding a customer that's wanting to actually pay for that service. And for ourselves, research and development is a huge part of our business to try and stay at the head of the game. And to use the product, we already use some recycled rubber product in our product now, so we're already at that point where we can do it, but to actually start to use more of it, then we would need to invest a lot more to be able to create tyres that still perform at the same level and get the recycled rubber input up in that product. One of the big issues there is remembering we have to make our tyres last as long as possible as well, because that's also a real benefit in terms of the use of the product in the first place.
It's actually an interesting point. Yesterday someone mentioned that their understanding is that tyre manufacturers are actually stifling innovation because they want to be able to keep tyres at a certain level to turn over a lot more quickly, and the ability to build longer lasting tyres and run flats, all this sort of stuff into markets is not something that's happening, is it?
It's probably not the same in OTR.
Yep.
Especially in the bigger customers, they do very, very close. They keep close records of the tyres. So every time the tyre moves, every time they touch the tyre, there's a record taken. So they know which tyre's performing the best, and the customers are very, not just cost conscious for the initial price, but total cost of ownership is a major factor for them. So if we're not producing a tyre that lasts longer than the competitor and has a better cost per life measurement, then we're not in the business. It's as simple as that. So they're not just using our tyre because it lasts a long time, it's also because economically it's providing the best value for them long term.
With the OTR sector, is the predominant importation of tyres now done through the large manufacturers, or are we starting to see smaller players come into the market, lesser quality product?
So yes, you are. When you talk about 51 inch and up, you're generally talking about maybe 4 manufacturers that are kind of dominating that market, with Bridgestone and Michelin absolutely taking the lion's share of that business. But then when you start to drop down into the 49 inch, down into especially 25 inch, you're seeing a lot more come into that market. You're seeing a lot more of the Chinese manufacturers, Indian manufacturers, Bangladesh, all those sorts of people coming in there. Mm-hmm. And in some cases, in very low severity applications, there's not a lot of difference, but anytime you get into something that requires a higher performing product, you tend to find there is a difference between the manufacturers.
Okay. The logistical challenges associated with transport OTR tyres for recycling and delivery, is that a state-by-state issue that creates headaches as well, or is it, you're finding it difficult to be able to move them around because of road rules and legislation?
No, not greatly. Now that we have the specialised trucks,
Yep.
That doesn't make a huge difference. Most of the states are quite similar. Most of our product is not coming in through major metropolitan areas. It's only Perth where we have that really coming in any numbers. And in those cases there, as long as they're on the right type of trucks, they're not affected by the road regulations. We do sometimes have some issues where we're trying to take tyres that are requiring repair and sending them across state lines, because a tyre that requires repair is essentially a tyre that's scrapped, but we can repair it and send it back into service again. And there's a little bit of a grey area about whether that's actually a scrap tyre
Yep.
or a used tyre, and that could bring up some issues around regulations crossing state borders.
Okay. Why do you think TDF has been the predominant end-of-life pathway for tyres in Australia?
It's simply the easiest, I think. Yeah, and I think from a commercial aspect, they have to spend the least amount of effort in this country to turn it into a product which can be sent overseas. And generally it's that 15 centimetre size, sent overseas, and then it's dealt with further down the track. So I really believe it's just a commercial decision on their part. From our point of view, our tyres, if they went to TDF, aren't even as value as as high value as passenger car tyres, because they don't have the same quantity of nylon in them, and the nylon actually provides a much higher energy output than a standard rubber tyre. Our tyres are largely natural rubber, and from a TDF point of view, they're actually lower value. They're much higher value in that higher order outcome, crumb rubbers for asphalts or devulcanised rubber. And we've done some testing there, and we find that the OTR tyres provide very, very high quality devulcanised rubber.
Yep. What do you think are higher value recycling pathways that would be achievable with OTR now?
So at this point in time, I believe that devulcanisation is one of the areas where we can devulcanise the rubber. Of course, the steel is always useful as a normal output, and has already proven itself as a viable recycling material. But then the devulcanised rubber can then be reused into other rubber products or back into tyres again, which is our ultimate goal. The other side of it is pyrolysis. It hasn't quite been cracked yet. There are places that are doing it quite well, but the final output, even though it's useful material, the value of the material is not incredibly high. It's still fuel oil. It's still the same sort of product. So, and the carbon black that's coming out of it requires quite a bit of processing before it could go back into tyres again. So we're doing research over in Japan on pyrolysis to try and find a way to make it useful to create recycled carbon black or sustainable carbon black, which is basically using the oil to burn it again to create the carbon black again.
So what do you think the barriers are preventing this? Is it just investment? Is it just the value? Or
for OTR tyres, ultimately, I still believe the main barrier is the fact that people can bury on site.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. I think the recycling will just happen if it becomes close to commercially equal to burying on site.
Yep. And are we seeing an increase in number of OTR tyres, or?
Yes. So basically, where we've seen over the past 5 years quite a large increase in this country, and we're expecting a little bit more of an increase over the next couple of years, and then flattening out at that point in time.
So how do you think a mandatory scheme would improve the outcomes for OTR tyres specifically?
Yeah, that's quite a difficult one. I think the mandatory scheme would always have to be paired with a scheme that's designed at creating recycling. So that mandatory scheme would be actually a higher cost at the beginning, brought on essentially by whoever imports the tyre, paying the cost, passing that down through the system, and then that money going back into creating the recycling outcomes we need. Yeah.
So the voluntary scheme, obviously, is it like if most of the tyres are coming through manufacturers that are paying the scheme?
Yeah.
Roughly, what sort of percentage do you think is coming in where you've got, term-free riders?
Looking at the people that are members of the TSA, you are probably looking at around 10% to 15% in OTR.
And is that growing, do you think, or?
Yeah, it'll definitely be growing because we're getting more and more of the third-tier providers coming in and starting to sell. Having said that, that's on a unit basis. The big tonnages are in the larger tyres. So at this point in time, they're not really getting a large share of that larger tyre market yet.
So in the submission, you talk about cost share arrangements for OTR collection in remote areas.
Yep.
How do you think that would work?
So I think it's similar to what's been mentioned today as well, where we're trying to help out those communities where the cost of recycling is prohibitive because of the logistics costs around it.
Yep.
So essentially, you're making sure that the money's shared around, essentially. So where it's easy in the metropolitan areas, it's a lower cost to do these things, and then some money subsidising and making sure it's happening in those other areas. And that's probably more important in the small and medium market, agriculture, that side of it, because they're the ones that are more likely to try and find another way to dump those tyres that doesn't cost them money.
Yeah, well, I guess that's another sector we really haven't touched on much, is what happens with the agriculture sector, and I guess they're in a similar situation as mining, the burial and the ability to not have the incentive to actually send it back. Yeah.
And they're not earning the same amount of money either, so their profits are very different to the mining sector as well.
Just, a little bit different, yeah. No, that's fantastic. It's pretty much covered all my questions, actually. So, thank you.
No worries, thank you
For
very much.
that, really appreciate that. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretary by 31 July 2026, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Paul. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thanks. And we will suspend until 2 p.m. I now welcome representatives of the NSW Sustainable Communities and Waste Hub to give evidence at this public hearing. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yep. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Mohsen Hajian, and I represent the Smart Center, Sustainable Materials and Technology Center at UNIS and University of New South Wales.
Fantastic, thank you. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament. Consequently, they warrant the same respect as proceedings of the Parliament itself. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. So I now invite you to make an opening statement, please.
Sure. Thank you. I would like to begin by stating that Australia generates more than 500,000 of waste tyre annually. Tyre are a unique waste stream because they are collected in a clean, separated form, unlike mixed plastics, which are difficult to sort. While our tyre recovery rate is about 66%, compared with only 14% for the plastics, approximately 75% of these recovered tyre are exported overseas, which represent a missed opportunity to recover value, support domestic manufacturing, and strengthen Australia's circular economy. Tyre contains valuable steel and rubber itself is approximately 80% carbon and over 7% hydrogen, which makes it a strong candidate to strongly candidate for replace coal in steelmaking. Steel production accounts for about 7% of global energy-related emissions, while green hydrogen is widely recognized as a key enabler for low-emission steelmaking. Its large-scale deployment remains constrained by the availability of renewable electricity, infrastructure requirement, production costs, and challenges associated with hydrogen transport and storage. Furthermore, hydrogen only provides genuine environmental benefit when it's produced using renewable energy. If electricity from fossil fuel-based grid is used, hydrogen production can generate emissions that outweigh its environmental advantages. While green hydrogen technology continues to mature and renewable energy capacity continues to expand, practical midterm solutions are essential to reduce emissions from the steel industry. One of the most promising approaches is the partial substitution of the coal and coke with secondary resources. Waste tyre is particularly well suited for this purpose because it contains high level of carbon and hydrogen. Is collected as a clean and well-separated waste stream with minimal contamination and contains valuable steel wire that can also be recovered and utilized within the steelmaking process. These characteristics make waste tyre a reliable and valuable feedstock for sustainable steel production. Through polymer injection technology, waste rubber is injected into the electric arc furnace where it enhances slag foaminess. A stable foamy slag is highly beneficial for steelmaking because it improves thermal efficiency, protect the furnace electrodes and refractory lining, and reduce electricity and carbon consumption. Our collaboration with industry shows that partial coal replacement with the rubber improve the performance, lower the electricity consumption, and reduce the carbon injection. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Can you give us an overview of what the hub's work is involving tyres and the end-of-life tyre management?
Yes. The work is not only about the tyre, it's all about all kind of secondary sources. We are exploring to see if we can replace a part of the coal and coke in the steelmaking, which is, like, as I said, one of the most carbon-intensive industry in the world, with secondary sources such as tyre and rubber, and also on a plastic and steel scrap, this kind of thing. Yeah, we are pretty much working on that.
Terrific. One of the things we've had is your research has identified tyre wear particles in stormwater drain filter samples. What are the main ways tyre particles are entering the environment and waterways?
So could you just repeat the question? I'm afraid I didn't get it.
Yeah, so in the research,
Yeah.
It says that there's been identified tyre particles in waterway filters
Okay.
through drainage. Do you know how that's entering the environment?
Yes. The problem is during the lifetime, tire loses around 16% of its initial weight because of the friction between the tire and the road. And all of this is going to turn to microplastic that can goes to everywhere. It can be to ocean or the food and everything. And that's a problem with mostly with the cheap tire, because there is some cheap tire that comes in. They are cheaper, so there's more willing to buy them, but they reach the end of the life much in a shorter time than a high quality tire and produce more microplastic.
And are there any measures you think that government, manufacturers and consumers could do to adopt to reduce the release of these tyre particles?
Yeah, I believe, as I said, there should be some policy and strong regulation regarding all of the, not only the tire that comes in, the new tire, as all of the new tire comes from outside of Australia. We don't have any a new tire production here. And also some regulation for the export of the waste tire. There must be some policy, as I said. If we have a right policy, we can manage to see what kind of tire comes in and make sure that they are high quality to decrease this kind of microplastic and the landfill problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So with the research work you're doing, what tyre recovery technology do you think has the greatest potential to deliver a more circular outcome?
Before that, I would say we have a large amount of the waste rubber, and I'm afraid to say one sector can absorb all of that. So we need several sectors to overcome this huge amount of waste rubber that reach end of the life tire. In my field, I believe working in a steel, it's one of the best one. I have a paper here that shows for 9 different applications. One of the best one is steel and steel making. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And as I said, but definitely the steel section cannot absorb all of the waste tire. We need a road and everything in application too.
Yeah. So what evidence exists regarding the environmental performance of TDF compared with, say, a material recovery pathways, whether it's pyrolysis or devulcanisation, tyre-to-tyre recycling?
In the pyrolysis, it's the product that we are going to have a heavy oil, which is very expensive to purify that because it's not easy to use after that. So we need a purification and a refinery after that, which sometimes makes it more expensive than the virgin materials. Yeah.
Yesterday we spoke about the valley of death, so the stage between when you develop an emerging technology to bring it into commercialisation. What do you think are the barriers there at the moment?
One of them definitely is a policy. We need a strong policy, to encourage industry to work more with the university and science, because university always has a willing to work with them. But from industry side, it's not easy to work with them. And if there is some regulation to mandate them to work with the science and university is going to definitely help to bridge this gap. For example, we had a visit last week from the Shoalhaven Recycling Rubber Recycling Center, and we realized that they have some product that is there's no demand for that. But while we were there, we realized that this one can be a very highly potential candidate for steel making as well. So that happened because we visited that center, and as I said, it's a collaboration between the industry and university.
Okay. We can just talk a little bit about chemicals in tyres. Just some questions there about. So you've compiled the data on chemicals present in tyre materials. Do any of these chemicals, are they of particular concern to the environment or human health? Does that emerge from any of this research that you've been doing?
Yes, I have things here that shows the chemical composition. The most things inside, the most of the component inside the rubber is wire and natural rubber and synthetic rubber, but there is some additives like zinc oxide, which is a little bit concerning for environment. But the amount of the zinc oxide is not that much in the rubber. Yeah.
And that'd be the main one, is it? Or?
Yes, for the environmental concern, I would say. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you done any trials on water leaching?
On water leaching?
Water leaching on.
We haven't done anything on that, but I saw like a couple of studies on that. And as I said, the main concern in the water leaching was zinc oxide in that study.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you think when we talk about tyre-derived applications or recycled rubber products, do you think there needs to be further research done into does it need to be done before it sort of gets a more widespread adoption and application?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. More research is always needed. Even if we implement it, in the meanwhile, still we need to do the research to make sure they are safe and they are on the right track. Yeah, I believe research should be must be ongoing. Yeah.
Yep. Now, let's ask you, what do you think would be the highest value product that, highest value use that we could have for end-of-life tyres?
The application, and I'm gonna say one of the best one is the steel making, because right now like more than 75% of them goes overseas, and again mostly 80%, 90% of them just goes for energy recovery, which is not circularity. It's not just go end of the life. But in the steel making, we are not using as a fuel. We use it as a reducing agent, and again because it has a high amount of steel in it, so it can help to circularity of the steel making as well. 20-25% is steel, and even at the end of the life, it's gonna be more because, as I said, it's lose like 16% of its weight, and all is rubber. Yeah. So the percentage of the steel is gonna be even higher in the end of the life tire. And then, yeah.
And have you done any work looking at international best practice on in tyre circularity that we could adopt here?
Yes, there is some like a mandatory, policies in some countries like US or even New Zealand, like tax levy, this kind of things that can increase, or like a tax deduction from the industry that they use recycled materials definitely can help. Yeah, some countries already implementing that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if we talk about new and emerging technologies in recycling of tyre-derived products or tyre design, is there anything that you think the committee should be aware of? Any new technologies that might be?
The technology, they are okay, but we believe that the energy that we need for this technology is very important. Mm-hmm. So it's like a circle, we cannot just stick to the one point and say we can solve this problem here. It's this kind of machinery that we need for like a shredding and like crumbing. They need lots of energy. So if the energy comes from renewables, definitely it reduces the emissions much more than what we can do in a normal way.
Mm-hmm. And just back to the tyre wear particles, what measurements do you think that governments and consumers could adopt to reduce this tyre wear?
This tyre race or
the particles, tyre wear particles?
Okay. As I said, they must make sure that the tyre that comes to us are high quality. Mm-hmm. As I said, the lower quality are much cheaper and can make more benefit out of that. For the retailer, they are more it's a better option for them. But when it comes to the environment, they reach end of the life very soon with a 16% loss at least, and then they're all microplastics. So yeah, the government can just put some policy to make sure the quality of the tyre that comes to Australia has meet the standard.
So put regulations to sort of stop cheap nasty.
Exactly, and also for the export of them as well. The problem I wouldn't call it problem, but yeah, it's something that we should consider, that most of the waste goes export from Australia to other countries. It's not only about the rubber. I was working on the steel scrap as well. It's one of the most valuable materials in the world. And because in the normal way, if we want to produce iron, we should start from iron ore. And for each ton of the iron that we produce through this method, we produce 2,000 kg of CO2. But if we use a scrap, it's going to be 500, 400.
Yeah.
And still we are selling half of the steel scrap that produced inside Australia to other countries. It's like around 5 million tons, that half of it goes overseas. And even for the plastic, 14% is the recycling rate, and it's still from this 14%, some part goes outside of Australia. So that's where some policy can control this.
Now, with some of the work, and I should just say thank you for yesterday, for taking us through the uni and seeing. It's always good to be able to have a look and see something in first-hand. The sort of time you take from developing an idea to actually getting it into and testing, what sort of time period does that?
If it's like from the scratch, it depends on the what we are gonna do. But if we already have done, like still as a user rubber in the steel making, we know all the paths. We have to just test different materials, like 1 month or so. But definitely, if it's like from the scratch, it takes maybe ages.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. What else have we got here? Done that one. Now, with so most of the work you're doing, is that on passenger car tyres, commercial vehicle, or off-road?
We are not receiving like a tyre itself. What we receive is a chrome rubber.
Yep.
And they usually come from truck and bus because they are easier to shred.
Yep.
But as I said, we don't have any control over it. I believe they are from that, based on the study I've done. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But again, they, when we had a visit at the Shoalhaven, we were told that they are shredding passenger car mostly, unlike, other facility they are working on.
Yeah.
But definitely not after.
Okay. Just about exhausted everything I want to ask. With crumb rubber in road, there's been a lot of evidence presented that sort of says we should be investing more crumb rubber into road making, whether it's sealing or in bitumen. When you do, you've done sort of research into microplastics. Are you finding any environmental risks associated with doing that?
I haven't done anything on the microplastic myself. There is a group in our center that they are working on the microplastic. So I'm afraid to say something that I have no knowledge about that. Mm-hmm. But I can look up for that and ask friend to for your answer.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could get back to us. Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
My information. Yeah. We have a special group. They are working on the microplastic. They've been working for a couple of years on microplastic from different spots in Australia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much all I've got, really. You've answered it beautifully. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
It's worked out well. So thank you for your attendance today. If you could provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretary by the 31st of July 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript for your evidence and have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. There being no further witness, I declare this public hearing closed, and our next meeting of the committee is scheduled for Wednesday, 12 August at 8:30 a.m. in 2R2.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.